everybody doing? I have a full crowd today. I have a full show of people. The chaos will probably be happening today, and we're just gonna go with it. But you know, the last time we were all here in the chaos, I still kept us on track. Aoife did not think I could, but I did. So maybe I can also do it again today. I make no promises though. But yeah, how is everybody doing? What are you reading? What are you up to? We are here for Fablen Sprints, which if you don't know what Fablen is, it is all in the description box below. So you can check that out. I need to finish. What have you done? I have like an hour left on this audiobook. So in theory, I'll finish it in the next sprint, but like realistically, it'll take 2 because there will be distractions that happen in my life that will keep that from happening. But this is my first goal, is to finish this. And then we'll see where we go from there. Neva, what are you reading?
I'm reading Soulless. Probably people are sick of hearing about this book at this point because I've only been reading it for a week and a half. I have 4 hours left. Okay. I need to finish it like today. This book, first of all, this book is not long enough for it to have taken me a week and a half. Also, it's not boring enough for it to take me long. Like, it's actually like a good book. Okay. It's just my chronic pain.
No, that's fair.
I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
Not a book problem. It's my body's falling apart. So
This is such a mood, honestly.
Yeah.
And I don't know if like that kidney infection I had like 2 months ago.
Oh, might have.
Was like, hey, let's exacerbate everything else that's wrong with your body. But my chronic pain has just like gotten worse. So I also have to call the doctor today and make an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna be great because I love going to the doctor and having them not listen to me. My dad said this doctor will listen, so we'll hope. That's what I'm doing. And I also have to pick out what kits I'm going to work on for Night Court November, which is my favorite diamond painting thing event. That's what I was trying to come up with. That happens all of November, and it's book themed, which is why it's my favorite.
Oh, that's fun.
So
that's fun. Margaret, what are you up to?
Declining a number that I don't recognize. That's what I'm up to right now.
I mean, fair.
Well, this is no longer a reading channel over here at the Word Nerd. It's only a girl boss channel. We're an entrepreneur. I've not picked a book up in like 5 days. It's fine. But I have no idea what I'm reading because I can't remember. Like, it's written down somewhere what I should be reading for this prompt. Can't remember what it is. I have to go find that. So I'll get back to you on that one. But I'm making phone calls today. That's what's happening. And I just told Brittany, if I disappear randomly, it's because a client called and I'm trying to like grab them when I can.
Yeah.
And set up appointments. So
perfect. Sounds good. Productivity day. We love it. Bree.
Hi. I am working today. I do have a job.
Woohoo! Girl boss is down here on the bottom.
Bree is working from home and sneakily here on Sprints. It's fine.
My boss is in Houston, so my coworker texted me yesterday, and he's like, "So no one's gonna be in the office for the rest of the week. You just want to work from home?" And I was like, "Yes,
done. Good decision made."
Especially because Schmidt had surgery on Monday, and so he had he has a really bad ear infection. He's had it for like a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had to like have a sedated ear cleaning.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Where they like flushed his ear canal out. And so he's not a happy camper, and he has to have like meds every like 6 hours because he's on steroids.
So it's just easier to be home with puppy.
Really is.
Yeah.
But I am listening to A Study in Drowning today.
How do you feel about it so far?
I do not give a shit.
That's what everybody says.
You don't give a shit.
I'm so sorry. I enjoyed that one. That was one of the ones I liked. I liked that better than Divine Rivals, actually.
That's the reason I didn't pick it up, because it's Dark Academia and it had a beautiful sprayed edges copy the other day.
I know.
No, don't do it. Don't fall for it. Nobody likes this book. But now I know Margaret likes it. So had I known that, I probably would have bought it.
It's very YA.
Oh, I have a question.
It is very YA.
So like I love Juniper and Thorn by her.
Mm-hmm.
Which I just bought.
Yes, I saw that. But that's adult. This is I mean, like, he's kind of a unlikable main character so far, so like that's kind of fun, but I'm like, I don't care, and I don't love the narrator either.
Oh, that never helps.
Yeah, they weren't that
No,
great.
that's not helpful.
That does not help a situation at
But
all.
I needed a readathon to be able to pick this up, and so I'm in the middle of my Patreon readathon, and I was like, if I don't pick it up now, I never will.
There's so many books on my shelf that would fall into that category, to be honest.
Yeah, I was like, listen, if it's a prompt, it's a quick audiobook, let's do it.
Let me ask you a question, because now I'm scared about a book. Okay.
Okay.
Has anyone other than Jess read The Push?
No.
I started it, but it wasn't good.
Because I don't remember who. I'd have to look at the graphic. But someone gave this book to me for the 12 Recs from.
I actually, knowing you, I actually don't think you should pick it up.
Ooh.
Drama.
You know, like just like with triggers and stuff.
Triggers?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to go look and see.
Public service.
I'll have to go look and see who gave it to me.
They'll switch it out. Just say like with triggers, I need it to switch
Let
out.
me actually just look because I have the graphic. But then I watched Jess's video, which if you haven't gone and watched that, go watch it. And she was like, this book was terrible. Katie gave it to me. Actually, Katie gave me like 4 different books. So I'll just see which of the other ones she wants me to read instead. Because I'll be like, I was told not to read this for trigger content. So
Katie
You
won't
probably have already read books that she would have recommended more so anyway.
That is the problem when you're reading like recommendations from friends. It's like the ones I've you've already read.
Well, I don't do that anymore.
She gave me a book for my Patreon. So I may just ask her if she wants me to read that. Because that's like a romance. I don't remember what it's called.
Which feels more Katie anyways.
But it's a romance. And I think I was surprised that Katie had given me The Push.
Honestly, I'm
it was a darker book, but I was like, oh, okay.
Speaking of romance, Neva, I have to show you something that it just came in the mail today.
Ooh, what do you have?
What does she have?
What do you have?
Oh my god!
Oh, the edges. Oh, look at it's so pretty.
I know.
I love that.
Wow. That is so
Is that a
pretty.
special edition or just the edition?
I think that they're putting out. I mean, like it says it's special edition, but it came from Barnes and Noble.
Oh, okay.
So I
it's
think
like a
she's
limited run.
Like a single run.
Yeah, I think they are redoing the covers because the UK also got new covers.
Ooh, nice.
Those are pretty. I like that cover way better than the original.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, well, but I think they're only doing it one at a time though, so like they're reprinting them slowly, which is great for my wallet because then I don't have to go out and buy 6.
I can get them gradually. It's fine.
Right.
Like did you know that Walmart has a Fireborn with sprayed edges?
I saw this.
Yes. And I was like, thank you, Walmart, for only putting out. Also, they're only $10, so like I bought it. But
I have to go and get it. I saw it the other day and I didn't have money for it right when I was in there.
My thing is that my copy, like, so the original copy of Fury Song is not the same height as the other two. And so I was like, if I get these sprayed editions, then they will all be the same. And I can just replace them.
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, no, that's way better because I don't like when they're not the same height. It really drives me crazy.
But they're doing it 1 month. Like, so Fireborn is this month, Flame Falls next month, and Fury Song is December.
It's actually...
Oh, that's a quick turnaround too. I like that. Yeah.
And it's actually amazing to me how many of these like special edition like Walmart exclusives Walmart is getting.
They are getting a lot.
Because the Geneva Rose, the new one, Home is Where the Bodies Are. Right? I asked Margaret.
Did that get a Walmart edition?
Yeah. I have the Walmart edition. I'll go grab it.
Do you think they're starting to do more Walmart exclusives instead of Target exclusives because Walmart is in more countries?
Could be.
Could be.
Because like Target exclusives are useless to me. I'm like, no, don't do this to me.
I wish the Expanse books would be following that. I mean, it wouldn't be great for my wallet, but I wish the Expanse books would be following that for their special editions because they're releasing them like one every other year or something like that. And I'm like, I want all of my books to match, and they cannot match in the current editions, but they'll match in the special editions. So would you release all of the books? Because I want to own all of the books.
I like the one every month strategy.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
Yes, my wallet doesn't like it, but I do.
Because
Like
okay,
it's $10. It's fine. I can afford a $10.
Like $10 isn't bad. These are $40. So
yeah.
This is the Walmart, and then it has like the deep. It has like deep red edges.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
And
So
then
that's the slip cover, I think. That's
And then when you take the thing off, it's this underneath. Because the Barnes and Noble one is different. Cool. Because I looked to make sure, because the Barnes and Noble one, it's this cover, but it slips into.
I love how everybody just got up at the same time. Like,
like,
right.
But it slips in. Yeah, it slips in like a
demonstration purposes.
Yeah. Because that's why I asked Margaret. I was like, "Can you go get me the bar?" I was like, "I want the Barnes and Noble cover," and Margaret's like, "I can go get it for you." And I was like, "Oh,
well, I still have it. I need to just send it to you."
I mean, let me know if you want money. I'll send you money.
I have 2 books that need to go to you because I also have the Cheetah Girls that I was going to send.
Oh yeah. Traveling
I remember this way back when we were all in Cheetah Girls mode.
But I saw this when I still worked at Taco Bell, and I grabbed it because I was like, "Oh, this is the Walmart like edition or whatever."
Yeah,
and it's got like
I like this green edges,
like blood red.
My Walmart just got remodeled, and the book section is literally like half of an aisle now, and I'm like, this is makes me mad.
I haven't been inside my Walmart since 2020.
No, mine's a full aisle. It's an aisle on each side. So you have kids books on one side, like kids and religious text on one side, trying to indoctrinate our kids, and then
that's how it was before the remodel. And then adult, it gets like half an aisle now.
Adult and YA is on the other side. It's one full aisle.
Mine,
you too, ML.
Mine used to be like you'd have all of the adult books on one end. You'd have like the kids' books and the books for class and like the educational stuff on the other side. And then all the way at the end, at the very end, because it's right next to the entertainment section, you have like this one shelf that's just like section that's just YA.
Oh yeah, no, I have what Bree has, like a postage stamp of a section.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure half the adult section was Bibles.
I guess graphic novels and manga are at the very end, like because that's like where the like they're at the very end of where the kids' books are, and they have like their own section. But our Walmart has like a really like a decent graphic novel manga section. I need to go there and buy all the War Olympus paperbacks.
Oh yeah.
They might be cheaper on Amazon.
Because Bree's right, they are floppy.
They're so satisfyingly floppy.
I picked it up just to see. They're so floppy.
Floppy,
and they hold up really well too. Like a lot of times with paperbacks, like they'll bend or whatever, but the covers are really thick.
Nice. I mean, you gotta know how to like work with your paperbacks before you start reading them if you don't want them to crease in the back.
I mean, unlike me, who just purposefully cracks spines on purpose so that the book will open better. I know. I'm sorry. I don't do it with floppy ones. Floppy ones, I don't do that because it's unnecessary. But
no need to.
Right.
Yeah.
Non-floppy, I'm just.
Brittany, let's be honest. When's the last time you opened a book?
I always open a book. I just don't read it physically with my eyes.
Spots.
I
fired
through it.
Right. I was gonna say I always
to open. You're not actually reading from it.
I was gonna say I also always if I've owned the book physically, I always open it so I can stick a bookmark in there so I can pull it up to the camera.
I just move the bookmark along.
That's what I do.
100%. 100%.
You have no judgment for me, Brittany. I
take it. No judgment for me either. I don't. But I was like, I don't really crack my paperback spine because I don't read them.
Yeah. Right. I don't think I've cracked the paperback spine. I think the last paperback spine I cracked was for Legends of Montes, and that's because my brother wanted to read it, and I wanted to be the person to crack my book. If I was going to crack the spine, I wanted to be the one to do it.
I wouldn't let my mom read the second Quinby Olson book, the second Miss Percy's book, because she kind of creased the spine on mine when she read it. And I was like, if someone's going to do this to this book, it's going to be me. Of course, I read it as an audiobook, but I did go through and like gently bend it open because here's the thing is I want them to look. I beat up my books. This is why I prefer hardcovers with like the slipcover, because my books will have food stains in them. They will get thrown in bags. Like I did not know what a book sleeve was until I started BookTube. And so I like the slip cut, I like hardcovers, number one, because they do tend to hold up better. Like my Percy Jackson hardcovers have held up through more readings than my original paperbacks did. Because I had to replace them within like 2 or 3 years. And part of that is because I was lending them out to friends, which is fine. They were paperbacks, but like, I like my books to look nice on the shelves. I like them to look lived in when I'm holding them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. I have cracked open all my Wheel of Times because I'm immersion reading all the Wheel of Times, because if not, I will never know. I will not know what is happening.
That's fair.
You will be like, what happened? And I'll be like, I could not.
My thing is that I don't know until halfway through a book if I'm going to keep the book. And so
that's true.
Want to like I want to be able to resell it.
See, we don't have Pango here, so that's less of an issue.
This is why I don't do annotated readings a lot of the time when I'm reading through something for the first time, unless it's something that like the new Percy Jackson book. You know, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind over it.
Yeah.
So
I do the same thing. I don't if I feel that I want to annotate something, I will just get the Kindle. Like I'll find a way to have it on my Kindle first, annotate it that way. Like that's what I did even when I bought the first, like the original cover for Magnolia Parks. It's annotated now, and ain't nobody reading that now, but like I didn't annotate it the first time I read it. I bought it. Listen, I went to Walmart and I bought like the new cover because Ryan wanted to read it. So I was like, okay, cool, but I'm gonna go buy a different.
You're not touching my annotated copy. I hate to tell
you.
And
he was like, why can't I just read this? And I was like, no. But yeah,
I did the same thing with Evelyn when Derek wanted to read it. I bought him a new copy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm absolutely not. Like, there's some books that I'm like, cool, like, you can read the copy I have. Like, my brother is starting Throne of Glass. He decided he wanted to start Throne of Glass, so I gave him the first 2 books yesterday. And I was like, don't crack my spines. Because I saw on a TikTok somebody cracked a hardcover spine, and I wanted to die on the inside.
Now that's unnecessary.
That's fully different because the binding on that is meant to withstand 100%. Some of that. That's fine.
I just don't see any need to crack a hardcover spine. Like they're usually open well enough.
Well, that's because the binding is meant to be able to deal with that. Like very few, like if it's a poorly made hardcover, you will have cracking the spine will actually crack the book.
Yes. Like opening it. If it opens and it cracks, then the binding was just bad.
But most hardcover books, if you open them and it's meant to do that.
Well, they're meant to kind of lay flat in most instances. Like they bind them so they will lay flat. So
my mother is not allowed to read because of my annotations. She just doesn't. She just doesn't need to know I talk that way.
That makes sense. No one could ever see what I highlighted through Icebreaker. That is for me and for me alone.
My mother isn't allowed to read Icebreaker. If I owned it, that would know.
That's my personal thoughts and feelings.
Do y'all remember the panic attack I had when Mom was like, "What's the bride test, Margaret?" And I was like, "You don't like that."
Well, I only just annotated Icebreaker, which Brittany knows about because I reread it and then I annotated it finally. And I was like, if anyone ever wants to read this book, I'm gonna have to go buy a second regular copy because I annotated my I've been annotating my regular covers.
Yeah, I didn't annotate
probably
not these ones
covers. No. And I was like, I will never let anyone read the probably smut covers. So I'm going to have to buy new copies because the things that I highlighted in Icebreaker, that's between me and God, you know?
Literally.
I mean, any reason you could have highlighted those things, it's if you made comments that I would be concerned about. Because
I also did that.
Comments.
There's comments. And Brittany knows most of them because I was messaging her and I was like, and I was freaking out.
So it's between you, me, and God, really, because I know what it is.
And Brittany's taking it to the grave. So
Always ride or die. With that, we should probably get into a sprint.
We should.
We should probably. So I will see.
I don't think she's gonna eat them.
But if we don't, I don't have to make phone calls.
Well, I know, but you need to girl boss, and I need to finish this book. So we got this. I'll see you in an hour. Hello, we're back. Before we get to how everybody did, I'm just going to say hello to the people who joined because we had a couple people join during that sprint. Hello, Vivian and Judith, and Adventures in Fantasy is here, hoping to start listening to some classic horror. Have fun with that. Not my vibe, but I hope you have fun. Hello, Christina. How are you? Reading Ghost Gone Wild. And thank you for this reminder. Hello, Abs, reading The Radium Girls. And Anna is also here with a few books today. This is all of us, I feel like. I feel like all of us are in the middle of so many books. So, like, relatable Anna.
I'm working on 4 vlogs right now.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's so fun when that happens.
Yeah. Is it maybe?
I'm also working on 4.
It might be 3 now. It might be
That's
3
not the worst thing to be doing, though, because that at least that way you get some variety in your reading.
Yeah, but but they're variety anyways, because like, so it's Scatagorthon that had to happen this week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So Spookopolis was supposed to be last week, but I just didn't read enough for TBR Harvest, so it had to extend.
It extended. Mm-hmm.
So I started Spookopolis Saturday, Sunday, and then I'm going to do Scatagorthon, and then I'm going to do more Spookopolis. But no one will ever know, except for the people that are here.
Except for those of us that are watching right now.
Yes.
You know all your secrets.
And then I'm like
No
in
secrets.
the background working on the seasonal spooky challenge.
Yeah. If was it August? If August had gone the way I had planned, I would have been working on 4 different vlogs for Battleathon.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't go that way. But like I'd specifically been like, okay, well, that means I can be reading one as physical, listening to one as audio.
Yeah.
We're good to go. And then it didn't I happened.
I mean, it's not always the way, though. We all have a slew of vlogs that have been like left in the dust.
Mm-hmm.
That we've started and then went, never mind.
I'm gonna reuse those ideas later. They're good ideas.
Oh, yeah. I do have 1 book finished for my rainbow project. That's it. So that's the 4th one.
Ooh, do we know what the next color is, or is that a secret?
It's green.
Oh, green.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It was supposed to be spooky, like, and I had a couple of spooky reads in it and like some fantasy romance, and it's like I'm just not going to get it done before Halloween, and the other things were more pressing. So
Yeah. So it's moving to.
So I'll refilm the intro, and then we'll be good.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if people are getting a what week are we on? Week 3. I don't even know if people are getting a week 3 because I didn't read for half the week because I was
3 and 4 can be in one vlog. It's fine.
Yeah.
I haven't. My vlog is for week 1 and then Hurricane.
Yeah, because I have week 1 and I got week 2 done. It's gonna go up tomorrow. It's late by a week, but it's fine. And then, but like week 3, it's got 2 clips, and one of those was filmed this morning where I was like, "Hello, it's been a terrible chronic pain week, so I've read nothing."
If you want to feel any better, you should see the last clip I filmed where the power went out, and that's just how the clip ends. It's just me descending into darkness and going, well, I think I hit all the main points, so that will be the end of that.
This is why I don't like, for the most part, like Scatagorthon is the only one that's like a time frame.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that way, when life happens,
You can move them.
you can move it without having to tell the audience.
Mhm.
I think
Because let's be honest, outside of like your core friends, your viewers don't care.
No, they don't care.
They really don't care that your life just like went into shambles. They're here for the books.
Yeah.
And
Right.
We're not that big yet that we have people messaging us if we disappear for a week.
Right. And
Right.
so if you're just like, okay, I'm back and here's my update for the book, like it might be 3 weeks later. No one is gonna know.
Nobody knows.
I think next year what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna focus on doing like themed vlogs,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm trying to push
themed
to.
because like themed vlogs are so much easier to move around. Like the
Mhm.
Gilmore Girls vlog is not done. It's not coming out until probably in November, to be honest. But
That still works, though.
I watch Gilmore Girls up until like my rewatch usually ends between Christmas and New Year's. So I'm like, this whole season for me is Gilmore Girls season. So I don't really give a shit. But theme vlogs are so much easier to move because you don't know what I've been
Exactly.
doing if I have to move a theme vlog around.
100%. And that's just like, let's be honest, life will always continually happen. That's just kind of life. So you have to like assume that that's going to happen because it's going to. Unfortunately. We still haven't said how we did.
Well, you go first. How did you do, Brittany?
I got to page 287. I don't know what percentage that is because I'm doing Audible. So
Nice.
that's how far.
That's
I'm not done
great.
yet. And I did.
This is part of why I do things the way that I do them, because like why I have physical books for everything I'm reading, because I'm not messing with Audible. I'm just going to tell you what page I'm on.
Exactly. That's why I moved my bookmark.
That's it.
The only reason. Eva, how'd you do?
Well, I made it. So Ryan came home for like 10 minutes for lunch. I don't even know. I love him, but I don't really know what the point was, to be honest.
You're like, I don't know why you're here. But
He was like, I'm gonna come home for lunch, and I was like, okay. And then he was here for like 10 minutes. Ari's gonna be home. Her bus should be pulling in about like 2 minutes, but she wants to walk by herself today, so I guess that's what she's doing. But I made it to 42%. Yeah. Well, I asked her this morning because they get out. It's 12:30 here. They got out at 12:15 today because it's their like fall break teacher conference thing this week. So I have her parent teacher conference tonight at 5:50, and then, but that meant that like yesterday they had a full day of school instead of getting out on Wednesday like they usually do early, and then they got out 3 hours early today, which I was kind of like, what even was the point? But okay.
Like why
And
did
then
we
they don't, well, and then they don't have school tomorrow. So I was like, why didn't you guys just give them 2 days off? It's fine. But I made it to 42%. I'm really enjoying this book. I only know it's 42% because I have the Kindle, like Kindle Unlimited on my Kindle. So, because I am using Audible. So if I was only using Audible, I wouldn't be able to tell you how much percent.
Can we lodge a complaint that like they don't give us a percentage? Can we
Did
just
you
all
see
like start a petition?
Did you see that Kindle now has assistive reading?
No.
So you don't even need the Alexa app.
I wonder if I have that in Canada.
I think so because Cassidy did.
Oh, then I do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. We never have anything.
Yeah.
Can you hook that up through to your earbuds is the question.
Yeah.
Okay,
You should be able to. I mean,
that might be how I read House of Bane and Blood, because I'm in a
I think
no
that was,
physical book mode right now.
I think that
I'll just give you the my Audible login for that.
I
Well,
think
here's
that,
the thing: is
Because it's I mean, like you're still getting Alexa's voice. Really.
yeah,
Right. Yeah. And all of us
preferably
have
I would
an
read
audiobook.
it physically because I know it's a little spicy, but I don't know if that's what fits the prompt. That's what fits the prompt, guys.
But I also have the Audible for that one. So
Me too.
yeah,
I
have
could
the
use
Audible for
that
that
to
one
fit a
too.
prompt. To
That-
be honest, Margaret, could you make that fit a prompt soon so that I could actually finish House of Bane?
Yeah,
Blood?
so I could also finish it.
Well, I rolled for the strength check, which means I need to read a book that is 400 pages or more, and it is 434 pages.
There you
So
go.
it works.
It did not work for me this time around.
It might work for the next act, and there's also something coming up that you may not need to worry about prompts.
Oh, okay.
We discussed this.
Listen, all I know is Brittany and I need to finish our buddy read.
yeah, you
With
do.
House of
I
Bane.
need your
That's
thought.
what we're talking about.
I need
You
your
literally
voice
in the group.
notes.
And I'm not willing. I don't want to. Honestly, like I started this as a buddy read with Brittany, so I don't want to read it by myself now.
I mean, you can read it if you want to leave it behind. It's okay.
I don't want to. That's the
okay.
problem.
How far into it are you guys?
Like
I'm
30%.
26% in.
I'm
What if I just
30%.
caught up to you and we just did a group buddy read?
That's fine.
Go ahead.
We could do
I
that.
say yes.
Hold on.
I made it to 30% because I didn't realize that 26% was halfway through a freaking chapter.
She's calling me out for putting this down 3 weeks ago in the middle of a chapter. She's like, why did you do this?
I could never, to be honest.
She assumed I finished the chapter. I didn't, y'all. I rarely do. I just stop where I stop, and it's where I stop.
I am also this way. Hold on.
It's
Let
fine.
me return this one.
I was enjoying it though, Brie. Don't worry. It wasn't because I wasn't enjoying it. It was
I
because
was also
other
enjoying it.
blog projects became very necessary to finish, and that wasn't the one that I
Dude,
needed.
I hate vlog projects.
It wasn't that I wasn't liking it. I was actually very much liking it a lot. So don't worry. My next read though, I'm in the middle of reading. After this, I'm going to go to the read I'm already in the middle of, which is Daughter of No Worlds.
Are you liking
Okay.
that one?
I had a little problem with Daughter of No World.
Fair.
But it's my fault. So I think Rainey has now sent me a picture of the main male character so that I can picture something different, because I heard the words retired, living in cottage with his tchotchkes in his garden, and didn't realize it was the love interest immediately and thought old man. And my brain went there, and my brain didn't know for a very long time that that was inaccurate. And then that's just how I picture. So that's where my brain went. And I went, oh, nice grandfatherly figure. And then I went, oh, no. Oh, shoot.
Have you watched the Star Wars prequels?
Yes, I literally went, but this is funny that you say this, because I actually described him to Rainey as that I thought he was Obi-Wan Kenobi from the original.
No, he's hot Obi-Wan. He's
no,
young
I wasn't
Obi-Wan.
even, I don't even see him as Obi-Wan. I see him as Qui-Gon.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Wait,
not where my
what
brain went, though. That's the
Wait,
problem.
what book are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Daughter of No
Daughter
World.
of No World.
Like, this man is Ewan McGregor.
Oh yeah, I
That's
agree.
where I went, though.
I agree, because I didn't talk about, because I thought people would think that I was off my rocker if I really talked about it, but I did see that comparison.
Okay, good. I'm real glad I wasn't like
For Bree,
completely
because I read it for the Can We Trust Bree vlog,
Yeah.
Listen,
and I was like, "Is this Star Wars coded? What is happening?"
11.
Well, I'm in Star Wars, just
It's not Star Wars.
original
It's
one.
just Ewan McGregor.
I was like,
11-year-old Margaret got that Ewan McGregor was the catch of all of the guys in
It's
that
true.
prequel. Like,
I know. It was a
Padme
was
was looking at barking up the wrong tree.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: Hayden Christensen is not. He's not hard to look at either.
But
I get why she went with it when he came back as an adult, but like they really needed to have closed that age gap just a little bit. So, like, I love Jake; he does a great job as Anakin, but like, we should have at least had a hot teenage
Correct.
Anakin, because it makes way more sense. Like, he's 8 years older than her. I did the math. Do not like 8-year-old. Like, I did the math for that series for reasons we're not going to discuss. But like, he's 8 years older than Padme, so it, like, I could see her having a crush on him.
Yeah,
It would not have been reciprocated.
right.
Anakin and Padme made more sense of things being reciprocated, but also that age gap should have been a lot closer.
I don't mind an age gap, though.
No, I don't. I just think more people would understand why that relationship happened and why it works. Besides the fact that George Lucas had to, if we had like a going to soon to be heartthrob cast as Anakin, like, who was like 13, like closer to Padme's age, that a 14-year-old would look at and go, "Ooh,
Yeah.
this isn't going to happen," but okay.
You're like,
Like, it's not that the adults need to be like drooling over him, but it's you need to be able to understand why your 14-year-old self would be like,
Right.
okay,
Yeah,
like, this connection, I'm feeling this connection.
that's totally fair.
But I also, it's very demisexual coded to me a little bit, because they have an emotional connection that she doesn't have with Obi-Wan. And you do see that from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I went old. So now that I've seen fan art, I'm going to try to change my visualization of this man. But I've now been looking at him that way for 25%, and my brain has latched onto it. So I really need to change my perception before we be part of this book, or I'm going to have a struggle.
I mean, I really
Watch
liked
the Ewan
those
McGregor TikToks and then you'll be fine.
My For You page is going to go on a really I'll be like, why is she really into Ewan McGregor?
Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be?
Valid.
That man is like, he's one of the people that, like, here's the thing. The way Hollywood works, most men in Hollywood, I'm just like, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if something came out about him. Ewan McGregor, I will genuinely be devastated.
He's so nice.
Right?
He seems like such a good guy. Yeah,
True.
like, he's not like Joss Whedon. When stuff came out about Joss Whedon, I was like, yeah, I can see that. I can kind of see that.
Yeah. Anna, I'm glad I'm not the only one, although I did age him even further than you did. But that's where my brain went. I don't know
There
why.
you go, guys. There you go. Right there.
Bree, we never got into the fact that you switched books.
I did.
But I'm just gonna pause the timer because I'm gonna make the new thing, but we didn't get around the whole
Everybody's
thing.
gonna be like, what happened?
We got stuck on Ewan McGregor.
Yeah. My bookly is going to be going back and forth because I'm also listening to The Maid and the Crocodile.
That's
while
true.
I
We need to
type stuff
put that
in.
on the graphics too, which I'll do in this next sprint. I need to add Bree to the description box of this video too. That's also what
I got to page 100 of Study in Drowning, realized that I didn't have any thoughts about the book, and I am vlogging the book, so like,
which makes it so hard. Yeah,
I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. And also like the main character is getting into this like better than everybody else kind of not like other girls vibe, and I'm like, nah, I don't want this.
Oh no, it's not just better than other girls, it's better than everyone.
Better than everyone, yeah. And so I re-rolled, and now I'm reading The Hollow Dead.
Okay.
I'm gonna finish up the series.
yay! You
Or
love
like-
that is a plot point that happens, but yeah, it was a bit sketch there.
Like, I got to the point where they're like, why are you studying literature if you don't even want to write? And I'm like,
Oh,
God,
what?
I don't care.
I care so little about this right now.
I
If
feel
you-
like it's one that people who read a lot about like academic squabbles and you enjoy kind of the drama that comes with faculty.
I think if this was an adult, it
I
would be
think.
one thing, but she's a fucking child.
So that one doesn't like, I loved it, but that one is another one that like doesn't necessarily make sense as a YA. Like for the time period that it's set in, kind of does, but also doesn't.
Yeah.
If I
'cause
buy
it's
this
a British
book,
education system.
if I buy this book just because it's pretty, I need someone to fly to my house and punch me in the face.
I mean, let's be honest. I am the one
Like,
on screen most likely to buy it because it's pretty.
Because I almost bought it because it was pretty.
Don't buy it.
Oh, me
Anita.
too.
Definitely don't buy it. Like, maybe Brittany will like it because it is dark academia.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the thing. Is when Margaret's like people who like arguing over academic thing, I'm like,
I
that's
mean,
my
I
guy.
like-
So I'm pretty sure it's on KU, and also the audiobook is on
Maybe I'll
Amaranth.
just try it there.
So like you could start there, and like even if
Well,
you
no.
just read like
'Cause
15-20%, and then you're
I
like,
don't
okay,
talk. I don't talk about dark academia like Brittany does, but I do enjoy dark academia.
I love
Yeah.
it so much.
I liked
just
it. I gave it 4
pigeonholed-
stars.
I've just pigeonholed myself into smut, so it is what it is.
Yeah. I like here's the thing is I liked it better than Divine Rivals because I felt like it did what Divine Rivals was trying to do better, but it's a lot weirder and creepier in
I'm
some
also-
ways.
yeah.
than Divine
I'm
Rivals
also
was.
just a really hard sell on YA these days.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fair.
And it also I'm a nerd for that, but specifically the kind of stuff they're talking about because we are covering issues of linguistics and colonization and all of that stuff. And I haven't read Babel yet, so I don't know the masterpiece that
Babel
is.
yet?
No.
I also
Margaret.
honestly, I also loved the dark academia parts of Divine Rivals. Also,
Yeah. So,
we know how I
I
feel.
don't know. I was sold on the conflict between the two of them really early on, so that's what kept me going.
I feel
But
like I
it
need
isn't
to make
really
you read
anything special.
Babel just so that I'll read Caliban's War. Like I feel like that should be the truth.
Oh, Brittany, Aoife has
love
it is on the docket for this year.
Oh, good.
Aoife's beaten you to that. I just had to
Wonderful.
because of all the competitive readathons, I had to put that vlog project
That's fair.
on hold.
That's very fair.
Brittany and I read Babel together, and we did. I think we both gave it 5 stars. I know I did.
I think so. Oh well, it was my best book of the year. So
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it wasn't my best book of the year because Divine Rivals was. So.
Percy Jackson will be my best book of the year. I can tell you right now. But
Yeah, well, that's fair.
the last time I read an R.F. Kuang book, it made it to number 2, and the only reason I didn't talk about it was because of the Harper boycott.
Bree, is this your genre blanket that you're working on?
That I'm so far behind on? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We're
I-
finishing in June right now.
Hey,
Did
Brianna.
you say Dune or June?
June.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, Dune was before June.
Brianna,
Which one?
I'm on March.
I just don't like crocheting over the summer because I get like if the dogs are shedding and so there's a lot of
Yeah.
sugar on it. And also I just like don't want it on my lap when it's 100 degrees.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But also, I don't know what a Ravelry is, so I don't have one.
It is a it's basically social media for knitting almost. Like it's a place where people will put patterns and things like that. I know about it primarily because there are issues with accessibility on Ravelry. So, but here's my thing is my primary crocheting time is when I'm on other people's sprints.
Yep.
And there hasn't been a lot of that until just recently. Like
I think next year I researched how to convert a what is it called? Like the temperature diamond painting.
Yes.
How I can convert it into
A genre?
diamond painting. So I think I'm gonna do that next year.
Oh,
we
that'd be
should
fun.
just start a crocheting club for those of us that crochet and just
then
like
hang it.
hang out.
And I found one that is I'd have to it would be a cross stitch conversion, which is fine, but it's bookshelves with like
cool.
books
Oh, I
and
love that.
decor and stuff on it. And so I
Yeah.
just have to map out how I would how I would want to fill it in.
Mhm.
But I think
That's
that's
cool.
what I'm gonna do for next year.
That would be cool.
That is very cool. I think that's a great idea. Also, we were talking about a study in drowning.
Yeah, Study in Drowning by Ava Reed. If you want more thoughts about it, ML, I do talk about it kind of extensive a little bit. I think I talk about it a little bit in my Goodreads vlog that I did for last year. So
Might I recommend with Babbel to immersion read? I honestly don't know if anyone I know has done it any other way. Like it's the way to
And just like take your time with it.
Well, that's Brittany, that's
so
not true.
that sounds like a challenge.
I only immersion read the first half.
Well, yeah, once you know what's going on, that's fair.
So I immersion read like the really dense parts. And then once we got into like the story of it all, I did only audio.
Yeah, that's fair. I probably could have done the second half only in audio, but I was just having a great time immersion reading it. So that was fine.
The thing is if I'm listening to an audiobook, I also need to be unless I'm like super engaged. Like there are times like at the end of a book that I'll be like in the book, like I can't, there's nothing else I want to do. So I have the book open. But if I'm listening to it, I have to be doing something with the hands.
No, I love to immersion read. It's just enough for me. It's my favorite way to read a book, really. See, that's what's keeping me invested in the book is because I do love Dark Academia a significant amount. So
you might like it.
You may like it. And I don't mind YA as much as you do. So like that's also a factor. But with that, I'm going to start the comments because we've been chatting for a hot minute. We need to get back into reading because I need to finish this book. I will see you all in an hour. We're back. I didn't read. I decided to finish editing my announcement video and then try to export and upload it while streaming like a crazy person. But I did it. You noticed. So it obviously just like, let's play it fast and loose here with the internet. Anyway, we got it done. So I'm just watching it through to make sure it uploaded properly. And then that'll be done. Neva, how'd you?
I did read. I also called the doctor. So I have a chronic pain appointment next week. So hopefully figure out what's wrong with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's my dad's doctor, who she also manages his chronic pain. So I'm hoping that means that she'll listen to me, because a lot of doctors don't listen. They tell me like,
yeah,
oh, it's nothing. You're just stressed. It's not stress.
The issue with the way that they treat chronic pain is they're like, oh, it's this issue. You need to fix this issue first. No, you need to treat the chronic pain first. Do something for that while also helping them get to the bottom.
They've also told me that like I had kids too close together, which like only works for the first two. It doesn't work for the last two.
And a lot of people have kids together and don't have chronic pain, so I don't accept that as no.
And also, okay, what are we gonna do about it?
Right, so like, what are we gonna do?
We haven't invented time travel, so
yeah, and like my middle two kids were very close together. They're 11 months and 11 days apart in age, so like I get that part. But Ari and her and the brother that's closest to her in age are almost 4 years apart. So you can't tell me
that's not too close. Lots of people have children 4 years apart.
There's no way. Okay. So we're gonna do that next week. I have to come up with money for that because I don't currently have insurance because the state is so slow. But it's fine. I'll figure it out. And then I made it to 56% of my book.
Nice.
So we're making good progress. I still have, I don't know, let me see how long. I have 2 hours and 5 minutes, so I should finish it today, I hope, because I need to start Heartless Hunter. Because they gave me Libby told me it was like 2 or 3 weeks out, and then they gave it to me this morning for the audio.
Yeah. So. Nice. I want to read that. I'm excited to see what you think.
Text me who your insurance is through, Neva, because there may be a way for you to get, if you haven't received the information yet, there may be a way for you to get the information you need. But I'm not going to have you spill your business on.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll message you. I'll message you. It's not like it's the best insurance ever anyway. It's just through like my state. I can't like afford anything else right now. Which is fine, but like, she said that she was like, we do ask that you try to pay $80, which I know $80 doesn't seem like a lot to people. Okay.
No, it's a lot.
But when I have to also buy food.
Yeah. $80 all at once is a lot, especially if it's something that you're going to have to continue to do potentially, because there are going to be follow-up visits.
And also something that you weren't planning on doing until you booked it today, right? Like it's not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. If I have to, I'll just be like, listen, man, all I have is $20. Like they'll take it regardless. Like my state is a state where they can't refuse. Some states I think can refuse you care, like if you don't have money, which is weird to me, but they can't do that here. Like it's in the state law that they can't refuse it. So I could have no insurance, no ID, like I could have nothing to prove who I am, and they still have to see me. So like it is what it is, I guess. But.
I mean, that makes, to the Canadian in the chat, that makes sense. But my healthcare system is very different than yours.
I know, right?
I'm like, of course they have to treat you. Anyway, different country. Margaret, how did you go? Also, did you notice this comment of me just so excited when I went to, Margaret was like, I'm reading The Maid in the Crocodile. I was like, okay, I'm like putting it into Goodreads to get the cover for the thing. And at the moment I see Jordan Afinco and Ray Bear, I had a heart attack that I didn't know book existed.
So I think I maybe read like 2 pages. I read enough to send the group chat a very, very excited. It's funny because Eva was like, I'm glad you put it in an octave that only Brianna's dogs could hear. And I was like, no, it's not. It's not the octave. It's, I can't, like, I'm not using this.
I still need to read Ray Bear.
You really do. It's
I'm just
excellent.
so excited. I can't get it out properly. And so, yeah, I read like 2 pages of that. And then I had chats with a couple of clients, moved tomorrow's appointment to next week because stuff had happened, which that's to no one's surprise.
Mhm.
And so we're just doing what we got to do.
Very good. Bree, how did you do? Did you read or did you watch Becca's video?
Technically, I ended up having a work project that popped up about 5 minutes into the sprint. So I was like, I need to focus on this and I can't listen. So I turned on the blog.
Fair.
So I read like a chapter and then I was like, oh, I needed to work on this.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Hello, Jean. How are you? Working from home and have me on the TV? No reading? Sounds good. Thank you so much for putting me on the TV. Watch hours are much appreciated. Hello, Bethany. Home with my daughter, doing some housework, playing with her, and hopefully heading to the library this afternoon. Maybe I can read there. Maybe. I think you're working on, which Bree will be very excited if I am correct that this is what you are reading, Bethany, is Blood of the Chosen. I have yet to pick up Blood of the Chosen, and someone needs to yell at me.
I will yell at you. I am yelling at you right now.
I've also not picked this book up, but it's on my TBR.
Wait,
I
have
don't
you
wanna
finished
rush
Ashes of the
it.
Sun?
No, I've read none of them.
Okay.
That's my point.
Read that one before you read Blood of the Chosen. Or you'll be
Well,
very confused.
Yes, I couldn't remember what the first book was called, but I knew that Blood of the Chosen was not like the first one I needed to read, but I have not even picked up Ashes of the Sun yet. So
I don't want to rush it. That's my hesitation, because
But you only have like 2.5 months left.
True, but like after this month, I have no readathons that are prompt drop or competitive.
Fair.
So I'll be able to take my time with it.
But you're gonna have content that you're gonna have to do.
Well, there's the other issue that I
but
This
we
is why
also
I think next year I'm going to do maybe one like every other month of vlogs that like I know what books I'm reading.
Mhm.
I think most of the vlogs I do next year will be pick as I go.
me too. That's why
They do so much better.
Yeah, well, and
Yeah,
I like them too,
they
because
do.
then I'm kind of mood reading, to be honest.
Exactly.
Yes,
Like-
I think I'm gonna do this next year too. I will pick a theme. Like I'll say like I'm specifically only reading Kindle Unlimited books
Mhm.
in this genre or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be very like pick as I go, because I just pigeonholing myself to make myself read books makes me never do the vlog.
That's what I'm liking about the challenge vlogs. I'm like, yeah, it's hard to do a challenge vlog because you're pushing yourself a little bit, but also I can read whatever the heck I so choose that day.
And they do so much
They do
better.
so well.
They do. They're way better performing than my other
I
videos.
think it's because people can tell that if you're choosing as you go, you're legitimately wanting to read what you're picking up, even if they're only seeing you read 2 chapters of 4 different books. Like you're legitimately reading what you want to read.
Yeah. And I think that the chaos of something randomly making you switch about is fun to watch. Like I enjoy watching that as a viewer when someone's got a board game making them, or a spinner wheel, or a whatever. Cassie threw darts once. Like,
It's always fun to have people go, oh no.
Yeah.
What do I do now?
When I do anything with a spinner wheel, it works so much better.
Yeah.
Like if I do vlogs that are like spinner wheel chooses my reads for a week, it does so much better.
Yep. Agreed. 25% into A Touch of Chaos by Scarlett St. Clair. Also watch BookTube and grabbed a snack. As a European, I'm also confuddled. As a European, we are also confuddled by the American healthcare system. Fair.
Everyone, including Americans, are befuddled by the American healthcare
I was going to say, I think even the Americans in the chat are befuddled, but haven't, what can you do about it is the thing.
Most of them
angry,
yeah, no sense. So,
yeah. Oh, working on your book, Nook. I love that for you while listening to Middle Game. started filling in my reading journal. Then I have to go get the sheets out of the machine. I'm currently doing this. So this is a good reminder because I probably do need to switch them around and do the things. Amazon did release the color Kindle. This did happen.
Yes, and Neva will be buying it. Listen, I love y'all. I had to write a community post yesterday because the amount of messages, like,
so many messages about it.
And the amount of tags that I got yesterday were astronomical. I will be buying it because I'm actually going to give my Paperwhite to my friend after I do a comparison. She really wants a Kindle. So I was like, I'll give you this one after I get the color one. I'll do like a comparison video first, and then I'll be handing this down the line, I guess. But I will be getting one. It's birthday and Christmas, basically.
Love it.
But I'm excited for it.
I have a question. How are you loving Little Thieves? Because most people on this screen need to know the answer to this question. Bree's laughing as most of the people on the screen comment. Pick up Blood of the Chosen. I might next week for Timmy's TBR-thon if it works for a prompt. Like, that's possible.
Oh, Margaret, did you see that the third Little Thieves is on NetGalley?
Yes, it's been mentioned.
Okay.
Multiple times. I am doing a read along with someone for the entire series, which means that I'm going to be waiting to read the third book until it comes out.
Gotcha.
That's when I'm going to read Painted Devils.
During the read along?
Yeah, I want
highly recommend that.
I haven't read Painted Devils yet, so I'm also holding out.
I mean, I'll also read the third book during the read along, but like that's when I don't plan on picking up Painted Devils until you do that. So,
and I do own both of them on my Kindle because I bought them.
Ooh,
I bought them when we read Little Thieves. I was like, might as well just buy both books.
As we should. It's such a great book. Good morning, Jojo. How are you? Reading Gothicana. Neva, did you finish this buddy read?
No, we made it 25 pages in, and then life happened.
Fair.
So,
I wasn't calling you out. I really wasn't.
No, at some point, Rainey and I will be reading Gothicana together. But it's another one of those books where, like, I look at it every day, and I'm like, but I started this with Rainey, so I don't want to read about myself.
I mean, you and Rainey have Gothicana. You and I, and now Margaret have House of Vein and Blood. Like, it happens. Life happens. Things get in the way.
When I start something with friends, I then have no desire to read it alone.
Oh, dear.
I just saw that comment come in.
My friend. Okay, my friend. You can't see them right now because they are downstairs, because two of the books that I took with me during the hurricane were my copies of Little Thieves and Painted Devils. If that tells you anything about how I feel about those books. Like, there were no questions. I took them with me.
But I will say a high 4 star is a great rating. Might be 5. We all gave it 5. And I read this during Amazing Readathon in a speed for the size of this book.
So
500 pages.
Like a lot of people did.
Yeah, but I read it in like 24 hours, not like 24 actual hours.
I will be honest, the way that book goes, it is the kind of book that, like, once you get into it, it grabs you and just you are along for the ride.
I would like to say that I did go amend my rating for Little Thieves, and I technically gave it 6 stars, even though I wasn't doing 6 stars at the time that we read it.
Hello, no worries. We still have a fair few hours of sprints left, 4 to be precise. So
God bless.
We're gonna still be going for a while. And then there are no Fablen sprints tonight, but there are TBR Harvest sprints. So I've got the redirect set up to go there after these, since the readathons are kind of working in tandem and there are a lot of overlapping posts. So.
And if you're in my Patreon, we're doing those sprints tonight.
Oh, do you have sprints tonight? There you go.
For Scatagorathon.
There you go. And I'll be off at Bones. So, we'll be everywhere.
All doing things.
That happens. there's a lot of great things happening on BookTube right now. So, you know, this is what happens. No computer, you cannot ding right now. We'll be reading in the next sprint and going to be reading the Bellwoods game halfway through and predicting that's going to be a 5-star. We love this for you. Every time I pick it up, I lose time. I don't even realize how much I read once I sit down with it. Yep, totally understand. We're at the end of the comments and the timer just went off, so I'm just going to let it roll. And I'll see you in an hour. Hello. Before we get into how we did, I'm just going to do the hellos. Hi, Gabby. And Jess is also here. And Julie also joined us as well. I hope you are all having a fabulous day. I finished my book. Yay. For those who are reading this with B&K, I did put my thoughts in the Discord. I gave it a 3.5. So for me, it was just, average. But you can see why in the Discord if you want to. But that's one more B&K book done.
Yay!
Yay, I did the book. At least the book we both finished. I mean, that's better than some of the B&K books.
Right?
Neva, how'd you do?
I made it to 65%. I have an hour and a half left.
You'll get it done.
I'll get it done.
You will.
Maybe the next sprint and a half. I'll get it done.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna get 2 more in before the time is up. So that should work out perfectly.
Thank God. Because then I can start listening to Heartless Hunter. I also need to finish Corrupt, but I do not really enjoy the audio for that one. So I think that's just going to be one that I just read with my eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
And technically it's a Smutella vlog, even though Smutella is over. But I think I'm just going to kind of rebrand the rebrand the title.
Mm-hmm.
Because at this point I've read all except Corrupt is the last one that I needed to finish. So I've read all the rest of them.
Yeah.
For that vlog. But Corrupt is 500 pages. So
ooh, that's big.
But I'm not sure what it is about the audiobook that I'm not liking. Because it seems that other people like it, and I just don't really like it very much.
That's fair. I mean, there's certain things in audios that bother me that might not bother other people, Yeah.
So I'm just reading it with my eyeballs, and it's going fine.
That's good. Bree, how'd you do?
I read 52 pages.
Nice.
Or listened to, I guess.
Well, yeah. I count that as reading.
Same thing.
That's reading in my world. If that's not reading, then I haven't read this year.
And I haven't done anything this year.
All those books I read, not real. All I read was manga this year, if that's the
right.
I've only read 20 books. Well, more than that. Maybe 50 books out of the 100 and whatever. Then I've read half the books because I've Kindle, I guess, is with your eyes.
Yeah, I think I've physically read 2 actual books, and the rest of my physical reading is manga this year because I did do 30 and 30 manga way back when. Yeah.
I only read as much as I do with my eyes because I read on my Kindle.
Yeah.
Because I read on my Kindle at nighttime and also when I take a bath.
Oh, that makes sense. Margaret, how'd you do?
I read a whole 2 pages of House of Bane and Blood and made calls and made breakfast.
Nice.
Or actually, it's lunch at this point. But I didn't want to because I already had breakfast, but I had different breakfast. So I'm I don't want to. I have to actually cook something for lunch, and I also am going to need to eat dinner by 6 because it's D&D night.
Mm-hmm.
So I was we're just going to do breakfast for lunch.
You're making lunch when I'm thinking about making dinner. And our time zones are not that far apart.
I need it just to be something that I can eat, make quick, eat, and it will not matter.
Sounds perfect. Caught up on IG. That's a whole struggle in of itself. I'm never caught up on IG, but good job. Did my laundry yesterday. Surprised myself on that one. And now what? Books and diamond painting or cleaning? Cleaning with an audiobook. Diamond painting is still trying to straighten out. So that has to wait. And it's chilly. So changing plans to book and work on a blanket. Or working on November's Readathon page. Sounds good. Made it a little over halfway through Becca's new vlog.
Dude, it was so long of a vlog. I'm not even done with
2 hours. It's Gavin link.
I do not want this to become a trend. Please don't let this become a trend. I don't have enough to say for a 2-hour vlog.
I'm not a big
Nor do I have the time to edit a 2-hour vlog.
No.
Here's the thing.
I'm not a
what?
big enough YouTuber for that. No one's gonna watch me for 2 hours like they would watch Becca and Gavin for 2 hours.
Yeah, that's why I don't do those, because like I think that like the concepts of them are cool.
Yeah.
But no one wants to like I feel bad enough uploading like a 1 hour long vlog that I'm like I could never.
I think there's always going to be space for those like shorter vlogs, because I find that I will click on those a lot more quickly than like a 2-hour vlog. We're saving that for when I have something that needs to be done and like, I don't want to have to pay attention to it. Because like, here's the thing, and I love Becca. I'm not friends with Becca, so I'm not as invested in making sure that I interact with her video. So if it just goes on to the next video without me commenting, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I'll still comment if I have something to comment.
Also, I'm
like,
really bad at commenting anyways, so.
Yeah. So, like, I don't have to make a note in my head to pay attention to, have something to say.
But also, it's like there's so much fluff in it. Like, like Olivia's vlogs, I don't know, like they're kind of boring.
See, and because
I'll turn them on if I need to fall asleep.
Yeah, I used to do. You know what I used to do?
Like the music is very calming and her voice is very calming, but I cannot. Like,
I don't have 2 hours. Like, there's no 2-hour vlog. Now, I will watch some 2-hour vlogs. Like a lot of Gavin's, I'll usually watch Becca's. I probably will watch Becca's 2-hour vlog, but I will watch it in piecemeal. Like, there's no way I'm watching that in a 2-hour stretch because I just don't have 2 hours.
Here's the thing. The only time that I was consistently watching people's 2-hour vlogs, this is like Gavin and Olivia specifically, was when I was working overnight at Taco Bell.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I could turn it on and I could just listen to it. Because I do agree with Brie that Olivia's vlogs, when she first started doing the super long, like movie length vlogs, I felt like there was more in it. I know that she does have like chronic and some like mental illness stuff that she deals with too. So like not every day can be
right.
She doesn't have spoons to do like the most every day.
Same.
But that's kind of why like my vlogs, I think the longest my vlogs ever are is like just over an hour. And that's if I have a lot of B-roll. Like if it's just me talking to the camera, you're going to get like a 10 to 30 minute vlog because I don't have that much to say.
Same.
And I either have nothing to say or way too much to say.
Or I've said the same thing 6 times. Like that's the thing. I've now repeated myself 5 times. And in editing, I cut most of those repetitious thoughts out because obviously I now know looking back that I said that 3 updates ago.
And here's the thing. I'll put it in, even if I don't go back and check if there's something, because sometimes the second or the third time that I say it, it makes more sense.
Oh, yes.
I do find that too.
Mm-hmm.
And I will. I'm like the queen of being like, I don't know if I already said this, but, and then I'll repeat what I said 3 updates ago because I can't actually, because I transfer, like I just got done transferring all my vlog clips, but that's simply so that my SD card can be formatted and is empty. It's not because like I actually go back and rewatch it.
Like, my longest vlog, I think, is my Bridgerton one, potentially the Goodreads one. And like, my longest vlog is my Bridgerton one. And that genuinely, I had a lot of stuff I needed to talk about because I was talking about for books. But like for the most part, actually, no, it's only an hour because it had B-roll of stuff that I found important in it because it was my trip to DC as well.
Right. Like I could see a vlog like that getting long just because you're doing something like outside your normal. But my day to day, nobody wants to see what my normal because
I'm just afraid because it's a lot. So there's a lot of lifestyle vloggers that are coming into the book space, which is great. Love that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I wonder if it's the flip side of that is happening in that because there are lifestyle viewers that are coming over to the book space, the booktube vloggers
are trying to be lifestyle
vloggers.
Because actually a person who I know for a fact because I've watched her for years. I think since 2015 or 2018, something like that. I was watching her pre Panorama, right? It was a piercing channel. Like she talked about piercings and tattoos. And then I got a notification like 4 months ago or something that she had about like reading Haunting Adeline. And I was like, she doesn't do book content.
Yeah. Well, like I have
all of her vlogs involve some kind of book content, which like is fine. Like that can be part of your lifestyle. Like I'm not
like
saying
if she's like there's a lifestyle vlogger that Sierra Schultze that I watch, and she like on her Instagram yesterday was like, I'm doing a 24-hour readathon, and I'm like,
which again, like that's fine. Like if you want,
you're doing a 24-hour reading challenge, bitch.
But this right. But this means that I also like I tried doing like the lifestyle thing because I was doing the week in the lives and it's boring. Like it was boring for me to watch it back to edit
because my life is sitting at home.
My life doesn't change.
Laundry. Like
I do the same. Literally, my schedule is because I'm an autist, right? I get up and I follow. It doesn't matter what time I get up in the day. My like order of operations is exactly the same. Yep. I get up, I start my coffee, I use the bathroom, I finish making my coffee, I drink my coffee, I make my breakfast, and then I read. That's my whole life.
Yes. This is why we related to Anastasia so much, dear, is because we need a schedule to survive life, okay? Just to feel safe in life. I need a schedule.
And my schedule does not fluctuate, which has been a little bit of a hassle for Ryan because he's like, you literally stick to the exact, and I'm like, literally, you know exactly what I'm doing every day because the only thing that might change is what I'm filming. But I'm always filming. So like, you know what the order of things is.
Totally. I'm the same way. You know that. We've talked about this many a time. That like my day-to-day life is not that exciting.
Yeah, this is why I think for next year, maybe, I mean, I honestly might start it like next month, to be honest. But I think from now on, I'm just going to do like some kind of theme around the vlog. And if there's B-roll, there's B-roll. And if not, there's not. Because for the longest time, I didn't even have B-roll.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing we were supposed to have.
No, I think B-roll is optional and I think it needs to make sense. I think random stuff doesn't always make
unless
sense.
You have a dog. If you have a dog, you are contractually obligated to put in some footage of your dog. I don't even care if Margaret wants footage of my dog.
Literally, always content. We're always here for the animal content. Always.
One day when we are not living in this house anymore and we do have a dog, because that is a deal I made with Ari, is that we could get a dog or a puppy or whatever once we like don't live here anymore. I will just make like a thing that goes to the bottom of the screen and it'll just say for Margaret.
That'll be your timestamp. Margaret's dog footage.
I'm not even lying. Like I'm so this is something that's not even happening until maybe next spring at the earliest, because I haven't even reached out to the breeder yet. But when I get my dog, which will be happening hopefully next year, I'm like, I already know what I'm doing here. We're gonna plan content around it. She's gonna be in everything.
I'll just have a puppy cam. It'll just go for like 24 hours of just like dog footage, and then I'll just cut it down so it fits.
People,
and I'll just put it somewhere random every time.
This is also like, I could not imagine trying to export a 2-hour-long vlog. My computer would have a moment.
It takes
my internet. It would take 4 hours to upload.
Mine would not, but it would take a while.
My computer, it takes 4 hours and it has to be plugged in. And you cannot, and if you unplug my computer from the power source while it's trying to import, it will tell me that the import failed.
Yeah.
My computer, I don't typically, I've had to, but I don't typically edit without it being plugged in, because it does slow down the editing process if it's not. I can play Baldur's Gate all I want. I have an hour of Baldur's Gate if I do not have it plugged in. But if I'm editing, it's like so slow. And I'm just like, why are you like this?
Yeah, I think Yeah, I do think that because lifestyle bloggers are coming into the book space, it makes book people feel like we have to do lifestyle content. And here's the thing, lifestyle content didn't work for me, so I'm not going back to doing that.
But book people do a pretty good mix of that. And I think that's part of their brand. And I think if it makes sense, like there's stuff that you want to start sharing, it makes sense to do that, especially if you have stuff that like when I do training, I will probably share like, yeah, we're going to be at training, blah, 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 and cute clips of my dog because I know that brings people to the video. But like, it's not going to become my whole personality probably.
And I talk about like my chronic pain and stuff on my channel, but it's not.
But it's in an authentic way when it comes up, when it's part of your life. You know what I mean?
It will literally be, hi guys, I have a dog now. You guys are going to have to deal with her because she's the cutest thing ever. She's the best girl.
I love this. Reserves 30 to 60 seconds at the end for the dogs to say hi. I love that.
That's so cute.
I love that. Bree, you should try and get all your dogs together.
There's an anti-MLM creator who I think it might be not the good girl. I think she does it. She does other commentary now too, but at the end of all her videos, she just has a slot for subscribers' pets. And it's just pictures.
Oh, that's so cool. I love that though.
Fun.
And her videos are like documentary style, like but I will watch the whole thing just so I can get to the viewers' pets at the end.
We know who you're talking about, Neva.
Yeah.
The only bad thing that will happen because of getting a dog is like the first 6 months I will have to spend a lot more time downstairs because she will be potty training and we have hardwood floors everywhere but the kitchen. So she's going to spend a lot of time in the tile area.
Yep.
Anyways, it's fine.
With that, Bree, you have to go, don't you?
Yes, I am gonna hop off.
Yes. Thank you. It's so good to have you on a Thursday. It's nice.
Pet the puppies for me. Tell them I said hi.
Hi. Now let me adjust us all. And look, I came prepared. I made this already. I'm switching books, by the way.
I am as well.
Oh, well, then I'm less prepared now.
But you wouldn't know that. Here's the thing is, I can read an ebook while I am waiting for people to pick up the phone.
Okay, you're doing House of Bane and Blood then.
I'm doing House of Bane. I cannot read an audiobook when the audiobook is on my phone.
Right.
You know what? I do have to eat food though, so I'll actually probably listen to The Maid and the Crocodile for a little bit while I do the eating of the food.
At some point during this sprint, I'll make it right and put House of Bane and Blood there. But I'm switching to Daughter of No Worlds because I finished my other book. So there we go. I already listened to like 2% of this and I still see him as an old man, but I'm going to work on changing that perception.
I mean, he is by the time we see him an old man. Obi-Wan is, but
not in this book. Okay. I'll see you all in an hour. That was a pure bin sprint for me. Like I made beds because I finally finished washing all the clothes and things. So that was it. I had to send out an email to the patrons, and that was what happened for me. So I'll read in this last one, probably, maybe.
It's amazing how long emails take to figure out.
Well, and this was like an announcement video, so I had to make sure that like everything that they needed to know was somewhere. I forgot to say certain things in the video. Let's be honest. There's always something in an announcement video that you forget to say.
I know.
And you're like, okay, well, I'll just put it in the in the email. It's fine.
Yep.
It's fine. So yeah. Anyway, that's out, done, finished. Yeah, that's all I did. How did you do?
I ate food and I called a couple of clients, and of course they both picked up and they were both very talkative. So
it happens.
It's like my job goes by the fastest when no one picks up and all I'm doing is leaving voicemails, but also I do need to talk to all of them.
Right. So like eventually those voicemails have to become a conversation.
I mean, best case scenario, they just are like, it's whatever, and they just stay on their plan and they don't. But I want to at least make an attempt to contact them, because if they change to somebody else and I didn't contact them, then that's money I lose.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Neva, how goes it on your end?
I have 30 minutes left in my book.
You're so close. You'll definitely finish it on these sprints. I'm so happy for you.
Thank God. I mean, it's probably, unless the ending is just stupid, it's probably going to get a 5-star. But like,
I mean, I'm glad you like it.
I don't know why it took me. Actually, I do know why it took me so long. It's because every chapter was an hour long. Which
that's long. That's
really unnecessary. But like, the story is like good, and the narrator was good. So.
That was my problem with One for My Enemy. Is I'm enjoying the book. I still have one act left, but it's in acts and scenes, and the audiobook only has the acts. It doesn't have the scenes. So the acts are like 248 minutes long, and I'm like,
wait,
that's long.
It's just so ridiculous. And then like, I don't even want to look at like how much time is left, like in the chapter, because it tells me like 50 minutes, and I'm like, there's no reason for this. I mean, there are, like, if you read the actual book, there are a lot of chapter breaks in there.
Yeah.
So
I'm
like,
gonna turn my camera off for 1 second because I have something in my eye and I need to remove it. So you continue to talk.
Okay. So at least like if I was reading it physically, which I did read the first like 3 or 4 chapters that way, there were enough chapter breaks that I could like take a break if I wanted to.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
But that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing. For me, it is not a good sign if I am checking how much time do I have left in a chapter. So I very rarely will, unless I'm like trying to time something, I very rarely will check the time, because if I'm having a good time, I don't care how long the freaking chapter is.
Well,
I agree.
With this book, though, like, because I'm doing it with Audible, right? It tells you how long each chapter is. So, like, when I would go in, because, like, I went in to see how many chapters were left. When I hit, like, that 1 hour mark of left, and I was like, well, I wonder how many chapters are actually in here. But now it makes sense as to why this book is, like, a 15-hour audiobook. Because I couldn't figure out why it was 15 hours when it was only 14 chapters and an epilogue. And it's because
they're very long.
Is an hour long.
Yeah. Luckily with One for My Enemy, because there are scenes, there are easy stopping points within it, just not on the audiobook. Do you know what I mean? Like it's hard to go back to book if you get off book to find where you're at until you get to a new act, because the audiobook obviously doesn't tell you what scene you're in. So like you have to like play until the next one.
The scenes are numbered in the book.
Yes.
Why would they choose to do that?
I don't know.
They probably, honestly, they probably assumed. I find that this happens with some books is that they will assume that if you're going to be an audiobook listener, you're only going to be doing the
They
audiobook.
don't set you up.
They
for
don't
immersion reading.
assume that you're going to immersion read. And so with a book like that, I'm sure it's because I know what Brittany's talking about, because I went and looked at this book after she was saying it was broken up into acts or whatever, because it's on my TBR. And I think that it's for a more immersive reading, like listening experience if you are doing it with audiobook. But a lot of audiobooks don't set you up to immersion read.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. I still think that you would think publishers would know that that's what we want. We don't need you to say, oh, act 2, scene 5. I just need you to mark it on the breakdown of the audiobook.
Right.
Which doesn't change the audiobook experience.
Right. I mean, I agree. I do agree with that. Also.
You just had it in the breakdown. It would save me so much time and effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you definitely can put it in the breakdown and then just read it straight through.
100%. The Gray Shear was like that though too, because it's separated by seasons. So there's only 4 chapters in the Gray Shear. So that, like, I just immersion read the whole thing because I was like, if I leave, I'll never find my way back.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't recommend people listen to the audiobook for The Butterfly Garden, which is one of my favorite books of all time.
Agree.
But like, because I love it, but even me, it was like the 4th or 5th time I had read the book, I was getting lost. Because there are no like the next book has chapters, but there are no chapters in that first book.
No. It's just one big
Catherine House was like this too, because I wasn't going to immersion read Catherine House. I ended up just giving up on. I would hold the actual book up for my vlogs, but I gave up on trying to move the bookmark because Catherine House, I think, has chapter titles, but there's no chapter numbers. So on the audiobook audio, there's no chapter number. It's just the title, and I was not going to try to flip through the whole book to find the right chapter title.
Yeah. I also second Margaret telling you to read The Butterfly Garden, but please check the triggers before you do so.
Yeah, okay. I can tell you the triggers right now. There is child abuse, there is pedophilia, there is lots and lots of sexual assault and R-wording.
It's about a serial killer and a serial abductor. So
it is a serial killer that abducts girls and kills them when they reach the age of like 22.
Yeah.
So be aware. But it is one of the only books that has nearly brought me to tears. And a Starbucks. I was sitting in a Starbucks reading the end of this book going, I can't cry. I can't cry here. This isn't happening. But I got so close.
It's a fabulous read. I read it last year for Sprint Miss. So there is a vlog of me reading this somewhere on the internet.
Have you read Roses of May yet?
No, I haven't continued.
Oh my God. It's even better. It's even better.
I need to continue because I really did enjoy that book. Not enjoy that book because it's very heavy, but
yeah. You might also, because you like Dark Academia, you might also like her debut book, which is A Wounded Name.
Ooh, I'll check it out.
It's a Hamlet retelling set at a boarding school.
I'm sorry. It's a what now?
It's a what? What is this book called? Excuse me. Hold on.
Give me a second.
While I type
Hold on. Hold on, friends.
What is it? What is this? Because I'm looking for it now.
How have I not read this book? Also, hello, Rye, and hi, Lexi. Good to see you, Lexi, because I miss you now because I'm never on Tuesday nights, but I'm so good to see you. I just get by that book description, Hamlet meets Dark Academia.
Yeah, she said Hamlet meets Dark Academia. What is this called?
This is called A Wounded Name. It's also by the author of The Butterfly Garden, Dot Hutchison. So this tells you how long I've known Dot, because I have a personalized note in my copy. It is a very Celtic inspired, because one of the themes in it is the banshee.
Yes.
So it is a very Celtic inspired retelling of Hamlet from Ophelia's point of view. I will say there is a lot of trigger warnings for suicidal ideation and ways that you should not deal with your medications.
Fair.
And there's also, because it's Hamlet, there is violence, there's abuse, all of that stuff.
Well, that would make sense. It's a Hamlet. Also, the author tends to write, on that end.
Yes. And here's the thing is this is tame compared to what you've read.
Compared to the Butterfly Garden. Yeah, that's fair. Because the Butterfly Garden is extremely dark.
It is extremely
dark.
dark.
I recommend anyone who can handle the darkness of it.
For anybody who does want to read the Butterfly Garden, that one is on Kindle Unlimited. The other one isn't, but Butterfly Garden is.
Oh, nice. Hello, Jamie. My work schedule changed this week, so instead I'm heading to work around this time. I got home at 20 minutes ago, eating a wedge of flan, love it, and reading The Dime.
Nice.
Read 40 pages of my book and started dinner. Got to 60% of It's Elementary. I have a feeling I can finish tonight. I have all faith in you, Alex, to finish tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Long chapter books take me longer to get through. If a chapter is 15 minutes, I can pick it up and listen to one more chapter here and then one there. But if it's an hour, I'll wait till I have more time to listen. I totally understand that. For those that like to finish a chapter before they put a book down, I am one who puts a book down in the middle.
I will in the middle of a chapter.
And this is
like it's actually like like I had to flip my phone over because it's like actually bothering me that I have like 12 minutes left in this chapter.
Here's my thing is if I can finish the chapter, I do try to finish the chapter, but sometimes you'll get into like I've had times where I'm like I'm just gonna finish the chapter and I'm gonna go to bed. It's gonna be fine. And then you finish the chapter and you go into the next chapter and then I'm like halfway through I'm like I'm not staying up for this is a long chapter. This is not happening. Good night. Like if I have to put it down, I'll put it down.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Right. Yeah. I'll just put them down wherever it ends. Like I will put books down in the most random places.
I can't do this. This is why like at night when I'm reading like in bed, I will like finish whatever chapter I'm on. Right. And then I will like, I have my Kindle set to show me how much time is left in the chapter. That's what it's always defaulted to is that. And then I have the, like the percentage on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And if it tells me that it's going to be longer than like 10 minutes, I'll just put it down for the night then.
Yeah, that's fair.
One thing I will say, because I know not everyone loves this is a YA versus her other stuff, which is adult. Okay. It's dark for a YA. It is really dark for a YA, but it is.
Well, when you said it took place at a boarding school, I kind of assumed it was YA.
Yeah.
Yes. It takes place at Elsinore Academy.
I'm excited to read that now. Very excited. Patricia, I'm also a crier at books. Big time crier at a book. Love a good book cry. Although I want to know that the book is going to make me cry before. Like I want to go into the book knowing it's going to make me emotional. I don't like when it like sneaks up on me. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mostly because I don't read books that are going to make me cry live on the internet. Because that's not fun for
Unlike me, who finished not only...
I mean, some people think that that's fun to watch people do and make fun of people for doing, so...
Yeah, I don't like to cry live on the internet. It's not my vibe. It's just not my thing. I want to really sink into my despair.
Here's the thing. It's not usually my vibe either, but unfortunately, the last time I cried on the internet, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to finish the book. So.
That was last week.
I know. Yes.
That was last Thursday.
Well, I needed to get it done, So
it's true. You did need to get it done. Lexi, you are always working, but I know that they need you there because you've told me of the incompetence of your coworkers. So Lexi is holding that place together, friends. Trust me. Already 2 hours into overtime and I still have a full day tomorrow.
You would think they'd hire more people.
What?
I said, you would think they would hire more people. I know the overhead in doctor's offices can be really tight though.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure there's a lot of training that goes into that too.
Yeah.
Like, that happens. Read 20.
And we're having at least in the US, we're having a healthcare worker crisis.
Oh, we are as well in Canada. That is also a Canadian problem.
My thing, we have the exact same problems and the exact same wait times as Canada. The only difference is we have to pay more for them.
Yeah.
Brittany's like, I mean, you're. I don't know what to do for you though.
Brittany's like, healthcare. I don't know.
This is true. I don't pay for my healthcare. It's true.
So, like, I would much rather just pay taxes and not have to pay a bill at the doctor's office.
I say this all the time. Is the Canadian healthcare system perfect? Absolutely not. I don't think there's any perfect healthcare system out there.
No,
Like
the
nothing
people
is
run
perfect,
it.
nothing is great.
But at least in
I
the
would
pay out of my taxes, I don't see the money. I don't have to watch it leave.
I would rather have longer wait times. And obviously, and honestly, most of the wait times are only long for like elective stuff. Like when I had emergency surgery last year, that's how I knew I was actually very sick, was how fast I saw someone. Like the speed at which I saw a doctor, I was like, oh, I'm actually sick. Okay.
I'm dying.
Right. Okay. You all are taking this very seriously. And I've never seen a doctor this fast in Canada. So I am actually injured. But I would rather have that long wait times and have free healthcare, just because I can't imagine having to make those choices of like what you do.
And also paying $250. And that's a good price, $250 a month.
Yeah.
Have those wait times, plus having to pay a copay or a co-insurance.
I can't imagine. Because I've only ever lived in a free healthcare society. I've never lived the other.
And my thing is, at least if I have long wait times, I'll just take the Kindle. You know?
Just take the Kindle.
I'll just sit in the waiting room and read until they call me. It's not a big deal. Like
Lexi, one of my coworkers got fired. Well, you know, if you don't do what you're supposed to
They
do,
should have done the job well.
Exactly. With you putting books down in the middle of chapters, you know, sometimes you just have to put it down, whatever. I do it all the time. And I'll put it down, like, not just till tomorrow. Like, I will put it down for,
listen,
like, I put down House of Bane and Blood 2 weeks ago.
Brittany, I was gonna say, Brittany put down House of Bane and Blood 2 weeks ago in the middle of a freaking chapter. And I was like, I'm so sorry, friend. I read to 30% because I thought 27% was the end of a chapter, and it clearly is not. And she was like, it's fine. And I was like, I am not stopping in the middle of a chapter.
I've been halfway through Assassin's Quest by Robin Hobb for 2 years at this point. I'm not restarting that thing. I remember exactly where I left off.
Here's the thing.
Most of the time, if I put a book down, I will remember, especially if I'm coming back to it soon. I have an easy time remembering where I left off. I know for some people that makes it harder to follow the story. Totally get that.
Here's the thing. I'm halfway through Leather and Lark, but I did not stop in the middle of a chapter.
I did.
I was halfway. I sat halfway. I sat 70% through Love Unwritten for like almost 4 months.
Yeah, we started talking about that fucking baby again, and I was like, I cannot deal with this, and put it down again.
But I promise you that when I stopped reading Love Unwritten, it was at the beginning of a chapter.
This is me. Put the book down with 20 seconds left in the chapter. I have gone to bed with 10 pages left in a book, and I know that will anger some people on the internet, but I was tired. And it could wait.
Listen, that could never be me. If I have 10 minutes left in a book, I'm just going to finish that bitch.
Abs and I are the same. You are my people.
This is why Brittany and I are best friends, because we're complete opposites.
We are complete opposites.
Here's a lot of ways we're not. If I am tired enough that I need to put the book down, there is no way, at like 10 minutes to the end, there's no way it's happening. There's just no way that I am making it that 10 minutes because I will stay up. I like it takes a huge level of tired for me to go, I'm going to stop in the middle of this chapter. Yeah, that.
Lexi's with you, Neva.
Good.
Could not be us.
But I've never been that person that like can stop. Now, when I say that I would finish a chapter, if the chapters have distinctive chapter breaks in them. So like Corrupt is a good example. I have, I guess, technically been stopping.
Oh, I do wait for a chapter break somewhere.
For Corrupt. But that's because Corrupt, and actually Soulless did this too when I was reading it with my eyes. They have really good chapter breaks. So like the chapter breaks and then it's a new thought. They're not continuing the same thought at the after the chapter break. My issue is when I've done this too, Lexi, but like stopping just like this is just like a page where I stopped.
Yeah.
Stopping like this?
It's driving you crazy, isn't it?
Not. Absolutely not.
Hi.
I'd jump out a window. I'd be like, you know what? I'm just going to finish. And it says there's 5 minutes left at my reading speed on the Kindle. So like I just finished the last 5 minutes.
Too funny. Yeah, if I'm tired, because here's the thing, because I have insomnia. So if I miss the window where I can fall asleep, I can no longer sleep. Does that make sense? Like I've missed it. I've missed the window. And that is very it's not a good thing, because then I'm up till hours of the morning going, I'm exhausted, but I can't sleep. So, you know, there's that.
I gotta go.
Oh yes, I knew that you were doing. Bye, Margaret. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you for having me. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Look, I'm prepared. I'm
prepared. This book in this next sprint.
We're gonna do one last sprint tonight. There is no Fablen sprints. I mentioned this earlier, but I'm gonna mention it again because there's new people here. There are no Fablen sprints tonight, but there is TBR harvest sprints. And since the Readathons are working together and being Readathon friends, we are going to redirect to the TBR harvest sprints, which are on Meredith's channel. If you don't know Meredith, you should. And I'm going to redirect you there because Meredith's fabulous. Meredith is a vibe and so funny. So like, trust me, you'll have a great time over there tonight. With Meredith. So I do have the redirect set up. So you will just go there. We are going to do 1 more hour sprint and we're going to have a chat when we get back. And we don't have to rush the chat too much because we'll have about 20 minutes before I have to be at Bones and before you all need to be with Meredith. So that'll work out well. We'll be able to have a good sized chat, but let's get into it and I will see you in an hour. Hello. I did read, and I forgot to take note of how far I got. I got to 31% of Daughter of No Worlds.
I got to 100% of Soulless.
Yay! Yay!
Yay, I finished. I'm giving it 5 stars.
Yay!
That's all I'm gonna say. If you want the rest of my thoughts, you'll have to watch the Leander video when it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
So I finished it. Thank God. I don't know why it took me so long. Honestly, there was really no reason for that. But yeah, and then
chicken nuggets.
okay, throw it away, bro.
I don't know how to.
It's $350 for 20 minutes or $400 for 20 minutes. And then I also actually had Ari's conference. Like her teacher has been sick all week, so her teacher called me and was like, "We can either reschedule or we can just do it over the phone." And I was like, "I'm not rescheduling."
Over the phone. Over the phone. I will always pick over the phone if that's an option. Always and forever.
So I was like, well, and a Zoom meeting was an option, but their teachers tend to give us, she's only in 2nd grade. So we tend to get like papers and stuff that we need, that they want to look at with us. So I was like, I don't mind like going to school for 10 minutes and doing, because it's only like a 10-minute conference. But she called and was like, hi, I have been out all week. So, which I knew that because Ari doesn't really love having substitutes.
Mm-hmm.
So she's come home and talked.
Well, at least it was my helper teacher instead of Mrs. Bolden.
Well, be nice. Go to the bathroom. But she doesn't really love to have substitutes. She
Yeah, that's
prefers-
fair because it's out of routine. And
Yeah,
yeah, I get that.
She prefers it's either her helper teacher, because this year they're doing a main teacher and then like a helper teacher
Mm-hmm.
as a sub, or that it's just like her teacher, and she hasn't had that all week. She's had it most of the week, but not all week.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I don't have to leave. I don't have to change out of my pajamas. Cool. Just
Exactly. Literally my life. Literally my life, Neva.
But yeah, I finished this book and I am adding it to my series wheel.
Oh, it's
Like
a
your
series?
series list. Yeah, it is. Because I do want to continue the series. I think it will be fun. I have no idea who the next character will be. Like I have I guess I could probably guess, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I know that Soulless is on KU, but I don't think any of the other ones are. So I think only the first book is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's worth getting the audiobook if you have Audible credits, because those are Audible exclusive. At least the first one is.
Yeah.
So I think that it's worth it. But I thought it was really good. 5 stars.
Nice.
So
Love that.
Leandra is I mean, listen, I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried for this one because Leandra reads cozies.
Yes.
And I don't really read a lot of cozies.
True.
But what I'm hoping is that Leandra will take me out of my comfort zone. I specifically have asked certain people to do this because I want them to take me out of my comfort zone, so maybe I can find other things that I like to read. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
Leandra is one of those people that I was like, if I ask her to do this, she's gonna give me stuff that I wouldn't pick up on my own.
Yeah.
So.
100% understand. Hello, Sherry. How are you? Just hopped in and waiting to be teleported. Yes, tonight we are teleporting to TBR Harvest Friends. Hello, Danny. How are you? And then we have everyone very excited that Neva finished her book. And then we have this, which made me laugh. Finished the last 20 seconds of my chapter to give Neva peace.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abs. I appreciate you.
I love that. Dino Nuggets.
Here's the thing. No, she's making, so she was really all about Dino Nuggies for a while, so that's what I was buying, and then she stopped eating them because she's 7, and so that's what she does. And she was like, why don't you buy me the the Walmart brand that comes in a purple bag? And I was like, okay, so I've been buying those.
I love that you.
I'm sure in like 2 more weeks.
But like I do that now.
I mean, I also do that now, but I feel like us admitting that is like, they're like, you're an adult, get over yourself. You know what I mean?
No. hyper food fixations, real. So I will eat the
Oh
same
yeah.
thing every day for months, and then I will never want to see that food ever again.
I do this too. I'll eat like this. Like I ate tuna fish salad with wheat thins. I've been eating it all week, but next week I'm not gonna want it at all.
100%.
It's like I did protein. I did salads with like lettuce salads with egg on them for 2 weeks in a row, and then Ryan was like, "Do you want to buy eggs?" And I was like,
No. Like it literally makes me feel sick thinking about it after I've gone off of food. We are not the only people. People in the comments tell us we're not alone. There are other people here.
I do this.
I think it's a neurospicy thing, to be honest. But
I
like,
think so too, because I'm gonna have to figure this out like when Ryan and Ari and I all live together, because Ryan doesn't do this.
no,
And so he switches up his foods too much. And I'm like, I don't know how to do this.
My mother does this.
Where we're switching up foods. I don't know how to do it.
My mother does this, and she doesn't understand how I can eat the same thing every day for weeks. And I'm like, no, but like that's just how
I can.
But like I prefer it that way. I think for me, it's an anxiety thing. I think there's other neurospices that also have hyperfixation on food, but I think it's the fact that I don't need to make another decision. Like I can just know exactly what I'm going to eat every day, because that's one less thing mentally on my load. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Anyone? Am I alone? Are we alone?
Yeah.
At least we're together. This is why we're besties.
It makes sense to me, honestly. And the thing is like people will be like, how do you eat the same thing every day? And I'm every day. You mean you don't? That's what I think.
You mean you don't? It's so true. Hi, Mel. How are you, and how is baby? Got to chapter 8 and started dinner, sausage, gravy, and biscuits. That sounds delicious. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. You are all the MVPs of the day, week, month for hanging out with us for the last 7 hours. Thank you to Neva, Margaret, and Bree for hanging out with me as well. They are all linked in the description box below. If you have been here since the start, you may need to refresh to find them. Make sure you're following my lovely friends. They are fantastic. Neva, but low-key, I think Great Value Nuggets are better than the Tyson's ones. Honestly, I agree with you.
They are pretty good. They are good. But she was like on a Dino Nugget kick for a while, and the only brand I know that carries them is Tyson.
Every night for dinner, I've been having a pot roast grilled cheese. Here you go. See? Do the same thing. My current obsession is matzo sticks. Literally had them 20 minutes ago. Only cook 2 times a week. This week was spaghetti and pot roast grilled cheese all week. See, these are our people, Neva. This is why we're on the internet. It's to find our people. Our people.
Exactly.
Find us. Yeah, people stare at me at work because I brought spaghetti every day for lunch since Monday. I find this not odd at all. I eat the same thing. I eat the same thing for breakfast every single day. I eat the same thing for lunch every single day. Now, dinners, we rotate out dinners just because I'm not the only one eating dinner. So I do try to like have a little bit more variety at dinner just to please more people. But like my lunch and my breakfast are the exact same. And then I'll get sick of it and I will switch to something else. Had penne beef bake for a week, lunch and dinner. It's the same thing, no decisions. And I will add Old Bay or other spices to change it up. I really think that's why I do it, is I just don't want to have to mentally think about one more thing. So it's just
listen.
Same thing.
I'm making beans and rice for like the 3rd day this week tonight. And I was like, I don't want beans and rice. I was like, cool, then you can have nuggets or corn dogs. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This is what I want.
Yep. 100%. Purdue has organic dino nuggets. Coming into something new for dinner is the worst thing. It literally, this is something they don't tell you about being an adult, is that you will be required to cook for people every single night. And like, that's a hardship, friends.
Right. And here's the thing is like, even if you don't have kids, but you have like a family, they don't tell you that like once you have to feed more than just yourself, you have to come up with new every night,
every day,
every week. And I'm like, who changes their foods that much? Not me.
Both of us are like, nope, absolutely not. I mean, I don't know about combining spaghetti and sandwiches, but you know, do you? Cook 4 days a week for my family. Yes. And then like do leftovers leftovers the rest of the time. I do this too. A lot of times is I will do kind of similar to what Lexi does is make like something that will give us leftovers.
Yeah.
So that there will be a day where I don't need to cook.
So I do.
It was today, like, and I usually will leave it to be like on a day where I know I'm sprinting a lot because obviously cooking dinner today while on stream and doing a million other things is just not really.
I've been doing crock pot chicken meals 2 days a week. They're the same 2 chicken meals. Okay. But I've been doing crock pot chicken 2 days a week because I haven't quite figured out how to make it so that the crack chicken. So I'm going to have to, I don't know. I think I might have to buy 2 packs of chicken in order to do crack chicken because it seems that 3 chicken breasts is not quite enough for that.
Yeah.
But it is for the barbecue chicken. So the barbecue chicken, we always have like a ton of like leftovers, but the cracked chicken, we don't always. But then like every other day, I'm like, y'all can figure it out. Like you can eat. And then I'm making like macaroni and cheese, or I'm making beans and rice, or Ari will come home from school and be like, "Can I just have cereal for dinner?" And I'm like, "Cool."
Exactly. With that though, I need to get to Bones. Neva needs to. I don't know what you're doing actually. Your schedule's different now.
I'm just getting off the internet.
Your schedule's different now, and I went to say it, and then I went.
I'm gonna go read some more of Corrupt, I guess, because I'm done with Soulless, and I should probably read something with my eyeballs. And if I don't feel like reading that, then I'll pick up Heartless Hunter because I only have that for 2 weeks. But he gave it to me way earlier than I thought they were going to, so I actually need to read that because I'm behind. I'm reading that for like the wings on the cover. Like I'm still in Act 2. It's fine.
Oh yeah. I am. I don't know if I'll get done Act 3 before tomorrow night. We'll see. I might. It depends on how fast Daughter of No Worlds reads. That's going to be the.
I found it. Are you doing audio?
Yeah.
I found it. I know.
Who are you talking to?
Okay, I found it to read really fast, and I did it just basically primarily with audio. Like I didn't do the immersion read. I did a lot of diamond painting during the Can We Trust vlogs, because I got almost everybody's stuff on audio. So, I think the only thing I didn't read audio. Oh no, I immersion read that, so that doesn't even count. I was gonna say, I think the only thing I didn't read with audio was the winners, but I did. I immersion read that.
Yeah, this is part of the Audible library, so like that.
Yeah, it is.
That's why.
Well, I mean, I own it. I bought it like last year, but yeah, it is part of Audible library too. I think you can get it for free right now.
I mean, I totally would have got the audiobook regardless, but like I didn't have to. This is a great question, friends. And unfortunately, there is no sprints here tomorrow. Friday now, I now have a kid activity for the next foreseeable Friday mornings. So Friday morning sprints are going to have to be on pause for the foreseeable future because kid activities come first, obviously. But Thursdays will remain the same. And
Aoife will have Fablen
sprints tomorrow. Yes.
I'll be on with Aoife tomorrow.
Aoife has Fablen at same time as today, noon Eastern Standard Time. Aoife has Fablen sprints. And yes, Meredith is sprinting in 7 minutes for TBR Harvest. So we are heading over there.
We're going to get transported.
You will get transported. I have the teleportation set up. I am going to head to Bones and get you all off to Meredith or Bones, depending on where you're going or wherever else you're going on the internet, because I'm sure there's 3,000 other places to head. But that is the end for us today, and I will see you all. I'll probably see you tomorrow and Aoife sprints. I won't be on screen, but I'll be in the comments for sure.